is this audio that the mic's picking up? Yep. Early in the morning. As usual. Right. Hopefully I don't have to mess around with the player settings and with the music player settings anymore, because I've already prepared about... Oh! My family awake? Oh, I'm currently, still in my, the last part of my rent for my student accommodation, so I'm still staying in my student accommodation that I was staying in for uni. So I'm currently by myself. Right, now hopefully I don't have to swap out playlists, because I have prepared about, well, the time says 6 hours worth of stuff, but yeah, I don't know about that. Let's see. Let's see. This is quick audio test. That's the wrong one. That's the right one. Is it too loud compared to my voice? Just a quick check. The music. Like, just right now. Okay, so that's fine. Well, if that's the case then, let's just start. If the game audio starts crackling, just tell me so I can force it to reset. I'm not actually using any dedicated microphone, it's just my laptop microphone with a bunch of filters. Because I've had to do it before for like a bunch of uni projects where I had like speak or something and like record myself, especially during like 2020 with the whole COVID thing. So it's just my laptop mic. Because I've never had to use this, I don't have a microphone. The most I did was just, you know, doing like online classes. I didn't really need it one. Oh, come on, Autobot, calm down. But true. I always wonder, if I use a command, does that actually become visible in the chat, or is it just on my side? I'm never really sure. I'm gonna assume it's probably just on my side. It makes sense. Yeah, well, at least I'm getting a little bit better at relaunching the car if it stops. Ooh, thanks, Spike. I only just started the computer. I don't know why it's stuttering. Oh well. It's probably fine. Okay, so the Toyota and Nissan are both hits. Ahead of me directly is the Sauber. I don't know who that is ahead, but that might be the Jaguar. I think the one on the bottom left, I think that might be the PC40, but I'm not sure. A bit too quiet, hang on, for myself that is. Let me just increase this volume a little bit and then reduce it on the mixer. Why did the audio channels rearrange themselves? Oh, whatever. Now, the four of us have seemed to have converged onto this first sector. 4,000 kilometers. It's pretty far. The one thing that's nice about having a super large turbo with a lot of lag is that you can hold the throttle from a very long time. Well, very early in a corner, sorry. So it's a lot easier to blend your braking into hitting the throttle. Of course, this becomes a bit more of a pain in the moment. A very small technical course, but in a high-speed track like this, it works perfectly fine. There. That's for nearly murdering me. A few streams ago. Just reverse ease there, the GT40. You know, I used to hate the first sector of the Sarthe. It's still not my favorite sector. Doesn't matter which version of the Sarthe is, the entire multi is still my favorite sector. Doesn't matter if it has chicane or not. Simply because you can see the funny number in the corner go up. The new numbers, the room count, whatever you want to call it. If I remember correctly, I started on 278. Sorry, 279, right? Yeah, I think that seems to be correct, considering looks like I have enough fuel to last until the end of 284. Yep, so 284 is where I'm hitting next. Okay. Thank you. I think the rigidity wear has finally 100% set in. The car feels way floatier than in the beginning. It's lost a little bit of its responsiveness, and it's a little bit more prone to destabilizing compared to the beginning. I think the chassis is completely worn out now. And we're not even 75% of the way there yet. Is the game audio there? I'm just hoping that I didn't accidentally screw up again and accidentally forgot to change it back. Okay, the game audio is there. Good, just double checking. Don't want to spend another 4.5 hours with no game audio, that would be kind of dumb. So currently I'm using all of the background music you're going to be hearing. They're either going to be a bunch of stuff, original compositions from Doom levels, or a bunch of stuff I have lying around. There's one that I particularly wanted to insert into the list, but small problem with it. It would probably cause my computer to have a minor aneurysm and probably explode. As for why? Well, in a deep, dark world of... Well, in the deep world of, I guess, MIDI sequencing, there's a particular brand of MIDI that's relatively underground, but simultaneously infamous. A black MIDI, or a black score, named as such because if you were to transcribe the notes on this MIDI onto a piece of sheet music, the sheet music would have big black blobs over them due to the sheer note density and number of notes. These sorts of files, I have no idea how they're created, but they usually have ludicrous numbers of MIDI notes in them, arranged in beautiful patterns and stuff. When visualized in something like that, Synthesia, or whatever that program's called, or Piano from Above. These would normally have like hundreds of thousands of videos, sometimes millions. The one I wanted to put in had 3.4 million because it was created for Pi Day back in 2015. Yes. It had 3,141,592 notes. Because, you know, pi, the number. Constant, sorry. I mean, a constant is it is a numeric constant, so either is correct. Semantics. There's also a bunch more minis I want to put in, but then I realized that they might be a bit too wacky for most people. And it probably doesn't fit the mood here for most people, even though I don't really care when it's played. As for the origins of those... Okay, this might sound completely unrelated. If you've been around YouTube for a while, you probably know of a certain animator, video editor / animator called, who just goes by their first name on YouTube. Cyriak, spelled C-Y-R-I-A-K. You probably know, if you've heard of them, you probably know them. They're surreal, repeating style of animation. Grotesque, yet beautiful in a weird, twisted sense. Something that probably either starred you as a child and fascinated you as an adult. Well... Did you know he also makes Doom levels? He's also part of the classic Doom community, and he's been making Doom levels since 2013. And he's been making custom Doom levels that he's been like sharing since 2013. Starting maybe even from 2011. Starting 2013 and finishing on 2014. Created this a full level pack that fills all the level slots in Classic Doom 2, named Going Down. He also composed a relatively extensive set of compositions for that level pack too. The problem is, I don't know how to share it with anyone because it's one of the most wacky, whimsical things you've ever heard. And and you know, even in its state that you find it in the game, well, in this level pack, it's rather divisive. People either absolutely love it or they absolutely hate it. There's no in-between. I'm one of those people that love it, but the problem is, I don't think I'll be able to share that kind of thing because people are gonna say, what on earth is this nonsense? What is this murder clown music? Because that is basically that is like the most accurate but naive. That is the most accurate and naive description you can give to the stuff. Murder clown music. Speaking of people you might not expect appearing in the Doom community, I have a funny story about that actually, but I think I'll probably wait until there's more people to tell that. It's not going to... The topic's not going to stop being relevant considering my entire playlist at the moment is just composed of mini tracks. Mostly composed for Doom levels and some other miscellaneous originals thrown in. Oh, forgot to. Yep. Should probably open those blinds. Seems rather overcast today. Might rain. They're both pitting again, right next to each other. Okay. I swear the Toyota and the Nissan are both conjoined at the hip in this race. They've been trading second place this entire time. They're evenly matched. The Jaguar, the XGR, the Jaguar, the Mercedes, and the Fords have been doing their own thing the whole time. Of course, this is obligatory in an endurance stream. The mute is full. There's just something haunting about this track. Something that permeates throughout its entirety. I don't know how PTRD always does this with all of the tracks that he's custom made and tailored for all of his levels. No one actually knows where he is now. He kind of vanished out of Doom, basically Doom community a while ago. Okay, so the Jaguar and Mercedes are both in the pits. That should be the 4GT40 going down the Porsche doors. And at the Toyota, the Nissan right. You know, as silly as the level and the level name is, the Mutant Sword, it is genuinely one of the most toughest challenges. Well, it's not that what you would call technically difficult. It's not what you would call, like, difficult in terms of, like, the fights or whatever you find in a game level. The problem is that it's an endurance level. The closest thing you get to that in Classic Doom, you have one limited stockpile of supplies at the start, and a few tiny refills along the way, but that's it. You have to keep going back and forth from your starting room, pick up more supplies, and if you run out, you're screwed. You got nothing left to do other than just hope that you can... Okay, this track. Something about this track is that I found this inside my, the directory I keep most of the MIDI files in. The problem is that I don't know where I got this from. Sorry, not I don't know, but I forgot. I genuinely don't remember where I got this from. I tried looking for it on YouTube, nothing. You know, maybe I'm hoping that that this gets content ID on the YouTube side of the stream, so that it'll actually tell me where I can find it. So. It's also super loud, and I cannot tell you why. It just... I don't think I normalized it. Yes, we really are doing this. And... Did I just see that right? He spun out, and then went into the sand again. Huh? GT40 spun out, because he touched the sand. And then went into the sand again. Why? I feel like I would have lapped it less time if he stopped having skill issues in the first turn and actually just the first turn, just that turn. Oh, and that one in the bottom right corner. After the Mulsan. This is gonna keep happening, isn't it? Ah yes, death by enriched bagel. Oh man, I forgot to check the timer to see when that moment was when the GT40 spun out like twice on the fan in the first corner. No, second corner. Second corner. Third corner? Third. I think that first turn in section with forced curves, that's just that one turn. All the other ones are fine. This was fine. Just that first turn is deviously difficult. You don't think it'd be too hard. Interesting. Synchronized kits, huh? There he goes. Where's the Nissan? Oh, the Nissan just came out, but it just got rendered invisible for a minute. So we basically just came up with kits at nearly the same time. Essentially the same time. The car has practically constant traction. The issue is that I have no high-speed traction because, well, they didn't implement the ground effect properly. So, and because this car has no traditional downforce, I don't really have any super high-speed traction. I have, like, medium-speed traction, which is nice, though. Oh, here we go again. Past the Nissan. Chasing the Toyota. And easy pass. At 450. You know, I'd be surprised if I'd be able to lap the Toyota 10 times, the Toyota Nissan 10 times. Speaking of both of those cars, they've both been practically right next to each other the entire race. Both of them being second or third. They haven't fallen in positions at all. Interesting. It's just been the two of them fighting for a second. This is where I lose time to them because I swear I sometimes see the layout shift on my other, what do you call it? On the device I'm using for chat, I can swear that I sometimes see the layout shifting. They came out roughly at the same time because the Toyota and the Nissan both went for full refuels and I only went for a partial refuel up to 60. I don't know why I keep doing that, I should just take the corners properly. almost 300 laps and we passed 4,000 kilometers. Nice. When does the check engine light show up? Sorry, not check engine, check oil. Change oil. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. That sound will never get old. The Mini Cooper. You know, I wish I could put a GT Auto Wing on this thing. Actually, no, maybe I shouldn't say that, because that would probably break this car. By break, I mean it would just become completely and utterly overpowered. Maybe don't let me put a GT Auto Wing on this. It's already got a lot of stability and traction in general. Letting me put a GT Auto Wing on this would just make the car insanely OP. Don't let me do that. No. I should borrow this, I should borrow the rear wing of this car's, the other Can-Am experiment in this game. Just take the wing off the Toyota 7 and just slap it on this thing. That would completely break the car. It would actually be genuinely overpowered if you could do that. So maybe let's not do that. Because not only would it have the ground effect supporting it, but then it would also have downforce to let it do high-speed corners. That would actually make the car overpowered beyond belief. Combined with the fact that the tire wear is extremely low, it basically would just become objectively the best car for endurance on any track. Of stuff. I mentioned this earlier, but I don't think anyone's here. But, there are a bunch of tracks I wanted to put in the playlist, but I don't think I could. Simply because it is divisive. Let's put it that way. I personally like them, but I don't think anybody. I don't think many other people here will. Because most of the stuff I've sourced for this playlist currently are a bunch of original stuff composed for various Doom levels, custom classic Doom community levels, right? The set that I wanted to put in comes from an equally as unhinged level set, and I don't think I want to probably alienate a bunch of people to see how absolutely weird it is. Objectively weird that is. Actually, some funny story about those levels and those minis that were composed for them. This might sound completely unrelated, but you ever know of the YouTube animator / editor, Syriac? And if you do, how many people have I accidentally just tripped their childhood traumas by saying that? Because Did you know that that Cyriac also makes Doom maps and also custom compositions for his Doom maps? It's pretty cool, actually. He doesn't really make a big deal about it, but he does. But he does actually make them. On and off, that is. Since about... Well, he's been releasing them publicly since about 2011. In 2013, spanning to about 2014, he created a level pack called Going Down, which is a full set maps for the entirety of the set of levels you would find in Classic Doom 2. He also made a bunch of MIDI tracks for it. The problem is, he made them in his style, which if you've ever watched any of his videos, and, you know, listened to the background stuff, which he's also composed himself most of the time, you can completely understand where I'm coming from when I say they are extremely divisive. I personally like them. Don't know if most others do. You know, that's not even the first time I accidentally found out, like, some person who, like, a creative person who I've, like, followed is actually in the Doom community. And active as well. This is actually, this story is actually really funny, actually. At least for me. I don't know if it's for anyone else, but it is for me. This kind of all started when I was watching someone else stream Doom. They were playing a really cool custom map set with a bunch of custom dehacked, if you know what that is, stuff. And with a bunch of custom content and dehacked stuff that was like really innovative and really cool. But so you know, I like they weren't like standard levels. I think you could call them like a loose collection of like cool gimmick levels, basically. And I wanted to get it, right? So I looked at it. So I wanted to look for the file, right? The streamer has obviously said the name of the level pack mod, which is like the level pack format, and who made it. So I was like, okay, let me look at it. I made the mistake of assuming that it was a relatively well-known one, so I usually just type the name in. Because, for example, if I type in the names of somewhere relatively famous ones, you know, like Going Down, Doom Wad, or, you know, Valiant, Doom Wad, they usually come up, the first two links are either the Doomworld forums, or the id Games archive, where it's like, or the id Games archive where I can get it from. But when I searched for it this time, in which the wad itself is called the Good Wad, I was like, the first thing that popped out to me was the fact that it wasn't a Doomworld forums thread or a what do you call it, or an id Games archive page that popped up in the search. The first one that I saw was a fan wiki for Lapbox tracks, and I was just like, why is it here? Why is it there? What does this have to do with, what does this Doom one have to do with, like, that? Because what I assumed, I thought, the Lapbox tracks / Haley Labs or whatever, I thought that was like, oh, it's like a conglomeration of like, like a self, it's like a label, a collective label used by a bunch of people. Like they're not posted by like some management or whatever. It's just a bunch of artists using that as like a collective label, right? Because I know there's a bunch of like under there. Took a peek in the page. Saw the author link for Good One, and I was just like, yes, I know this is the person who made it, what about it? Clicked on it. Oh, turns out, turns out that there's actually been several artists of some tracks I've heard over the years, especially on the internet, that are either well-known, not very well-known, meme to death, or whatever. Meme to death, not meme to death. Turns out they're all just the same person, made by the same person under different pseudonyms, and I just kind of flipped. everything, because I was like, you're telling me that all this is made by the same person, and this same person is currently in the chat of the streamer I'm watching, talking about the cool stuff that helping the streamer deal with explaining some of the cool stuff that they put in their level pack. What? And you're telling me these are all the same person? Like, you might know some of these people. If you've been around the same places that I have, you may have known such tracks such as The Big Black, or Big Money, or Block My Emotions. All seemingly made by different people. Some made by the same person, actually! Under different pseudonyms, which I was like, huh? What? So yeah, that just kind of... that happened. Which is, cool, actually. I guess it's cool, but it's also... it just surprised me, I guess. Because you don't expect that kind of thing to happen, I guess. So... I should stop rambling about this. I have no idea how to word anything anymore on this topic, so just shut up. Oh, I didn't even notice. We're two-thirds of the way to completion. Two-thirds of the way there. Oh boy. I was about to ask who this is, but then I realized it's probably some because Jaguar's behind me. Oh, upcoming in a few tracks down from now is a mini rendition of a particularly good track. And I want to see if any of you can recognize it. Maybe one of you can recognize it. Boost me, maybe? Oh, come on. Bump me. Really? You know, that's not the first time that's happened where somebody comes into the stream and then I immediately bump the ball. That's not the first time that's happened. I'm good. Oops, I did not mean to get somewhere. I touched grass. Okay, he's carrying on for a while, like a few more laps. I'm doing this thing. Whoops. You know, I wanted to add people on YouTube as moderators, but there's a small problem. Unlike Twitch, YouTube doesn't let you just add people, like from the settings screen or something. You have to actually go and have them appear in the chat first before you can mod them. Yeah, I mean, you're probably one of the few people that I can actually expect to be relatively sensible about this. And there's two other people on that list, but they don't really appear as often. Like, you don't have to do it. Like, it's just more of an if you're here. It's just more of like an if you're here sort of thing. Because in most other circumstances, I'm probably sufficient to do the moderation on my own if there's not very many people there. Yeah, I realized that, but I usually double stream to YouTube as more of a... Okay, so the reason why I started double streaming to YouTube in the first place is because YouTube doesn't delete my VODs after 7 days. So the first time I tried it was because, oh, I just wanted to automatically save my stuff without having it get deleted, and I don't have to manually download my VODs and upload them. Because otherwise, if I download my VODs and upload them, they kind of clog up my video section. And because YouTube now... I could, but doing this also means that they're archived in, like, a separate place. So... I know someone who does highlight their old VODs to preserve them on Twitch, but I don't really feel like doing that. Because I'd rather save highlights for highlights. Yeah, I have done some before as well, but I prefer, you know, saving highlights for, well, highlights and not the whole thing. Especially with something like this, where most of it is just normal. You know, nothing really happens. Other than, ooh, going around a track. Oh yeah, and I'm not going to lie, I genuinely prefer how YouTube handles clips. Like, they recently added, like, they added clips a while ago to YouTube where you can, like, clip parts of videos and, like up to 60 seconds and have them, like, be... So that any views on the clip also goes to views on the video. But I just like the way that they've handled it much more. I don't know, it just seems it's a lot more seamless to do a clip on YouTube than on Twitch. That's one thing they've done better, at least. Well, at least that's in my opinion. You know, I remember here. This is indeed like a high quality riff that appeared on Siva Gunner, and I'm not going to lie, this one actually kind of slaps. This riff kind of slaps, actually. Like, this particular track with the stock sounds of Microsoft GS Wavetable synth actually kind of sounds pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Actually. Yeah. I think you did, but I think you did, but for this sort of thing, I usually prefer, this. I've played so much classic Doom with just this sound font that I'm just kind of used to it. And also because a lot of the Doom YouTubers that I watch do also just stick with the traditional, like, MSGS sounds. So I'm used to it. And you know, that kind of reminds me of something kind of funny, where there was a video of like a bunch of electronic artists who were challenged to make a song that was based around one like sample of like a random sound, right? In that particular case, it was the sound of a squeaky door. And one of them that was participating in the challenge misunderstood the challenge. They thought you had to make every sound out of the door. So that's what they did. Every single sound in the tractor page was made out of the door. The squeaky door sample. It's kind of funny, actually. Bonk. $450, I think, might be a bit out of the cards. I think the safer amount is actually 420. But I think if I were to guess, it's going to be around 436 or something that I finish at. Okay, I need to turn this back down because now the next set is a little louder. This is the I haven't changed it since last time because you can't really change cars out. This is still the Chaparral 2J, or you know, whatever you want to call it. The vacuum cleaner, air conditioning unit, I don't know, call it whatever you want. '1970 tech, but with a big old honking turbocharger inside, added in post. You know, kind of funny actually. Yesterday, in my non-randomizer save, I decided to rebuy the starter car that I had when I first started playing GT4. Because I just wanted to see, was it just me having massive skill issues, or was it the car that's bad? Because I remember I couldn't even beat Sunday Cup without riding it for like 3 hours to get enough money for upgrades. No, it's not the car. It was me. It was just me with major skill issues. The car handled fine. In fact, when I recreated the setup that I first tried Sunday Cup with, it actually was... the handling was actually really good. In fact, since it's a front-wheel drive car, I managed to get it to oversteer. Capitalize the I in issue. because I tried it again with the same setup that I had when I first went to Sunday Cup, and it actually was great. For a front-wheel drive car, I actually managed to get it to oversteer. Somehow. So, yeah, it was just me with skill issues. Although, to be fair, it probably wasn't helped by the fact that at that particular time, I didn't have a controller yet. So I was playing on a keyboard. Which probably didn't help things at all. I don't even know how I managed to pass the B license with a keyboard. I genuinely do not know how that even happened. The current set of tracks being played right now is actually the official set of MIDI tracks, or sigil. The sort of unofficial yet somewhat official at the same time episode 5 for Ultimate Doom. I say unofficial yet sort of official because unofficial because it wasn't made by the entirety of id Games, but I also say semi-official because Sigil was with the levels in Sigil were made by John Romero, so that's why I say it's like half official, half not official. 24 hours in a stream, you should see people who do subathons. You should see it when large streamers do subathons. Sometimes they go on for far longer than 24 hours. Ah, my house. That blew up so much on the internet. Like, people who haven't even had a or tail of classic Doom are just all playing my house. Like, all these large YouTubers and whatever, who's never probably recorded a single bit of classic Doom in their life, all playing my house. It's interesting, actually, the fact that it blew up so much. And the funny thing is, it's not even what you would call strictly vanilla, because it uses it requires Giza Doom, which is its own thing. You can't port any of its features anywhere else. It's still cool, though, the fact that all those tricks were used to create such an immersive experience, with all the secrets and nooks and crannies and all the things you have to do. Really? He's actually working on Sigil 2. That's interesting. I wonder who he's going to commission for MIDI tracks next time. Because this set of tracks for the first Sigil was James Paddock, or Jimmy Paddock. I wonder if he's gonna get Stewboy to do the second set. Stewboy, Stuart Rim. That would be epic, actually. Yeah, I actually have tried Lilith. It's such an interesting thing, because you specifically need the latest version of Z-Doom, not GZ-Doom, because it specifically uses, like you said, it specifically uses engine and renderer bugs in Z-Doom. And you know, that particular PK3 actually was, I guess you could call it somewhat infamous simply because it made the creator of GZ Doom almost shit himself. I don't know if you've heard of this, but the Roxal, the creator of GZ Doom, had a major hissy fit about Lilith of PK3. Simply because it doesn't work on GZ Doom and only works on Z Doom. I don't know, he took that as a personal attack for some reason. I think he's calmed down in the recent years in general, but I remember hearing that back then he was just a huge like man baby back then. He's calmed down a lot ever since, but like, man, every time you used to hear stories of him. Yeah, the guy with the chicken avatar. Every time you used to hear of him, of like what his antics are back in the day, you would think that he's like the world's most pettiest person. Just because people aren't playing Doom his way. That being using GZ Doom. He's definitely mellowed out recently. He's no longer like that. Yeah, his Doom World Forums title, I'm pretty sure, is still Salty Member. I don't think that's changed. It's like, yeah, Salty Member, I think it was. Yeah. Oh no, he's there. Look, I think I had a small discussion about like Sunlust, the Doom mod the other day. I am not kidding when I say. Did you play the thingy kind of thing? No, not yet. Well, all I can say is when I'm talking about Sunlust, I'm not kidding when I say the last 3 levels are a major difficulty spike. I think in the entire map set, maps 10, 20, and 27, 28, and 29, 28, 29, and 30 are the biggest difficulty spikes in Sunlust. Like, you may be able to do the other levels perfectly alright, but then those 3 levels might take way more attempts than the others because they're much harder compared to what came before. Map 10 is, well, it was just made to be harder than usual. Map 20 is basically just insane. It's just sadism distilled into a single Doom map, especially the fight where you have to fight, I think, a cyber demon in like a 2 cybers in a super cramped like crypt room where you have like a square hallway and just one branch to hide in. And then map 27, Maelstrom, is hard for multiple reasons. Generally, the map itself is hard, but also, if you want to 100% the map, there's a secret fight which is notoriously difficult. Map 29, the name of map 29 of Sunlust kind of describes the whole thing, actually. I mean, the map is literally called Go Fuck Yourself, so I think that kind of sets the tone of things. Map 30, God Machine, is just an endurance round. It's several tough fights, where one mess up will probably take several minutes of recovery if you're using saves. And if you're not using saves, yeah, well, I don't know how I can help you. And then it never lets off on the difficulty either, even up until the final fight. The final fight it can kill you in the span of just 2 seconds, of like maybe less than 2 seconds if you slip up. and all of that 1 hour of work that you put in has to be redone again if you don't use saves. Right. Let me just go to the bathroom for a second. I think that is an issue at times. I think GZ Doom sometimes breaks some vanilla compatible maps because there's a bunch of bugs that they rely on for it to work properly. It's kind of not really avoidable, sadly. I think there's a bunch of maps that like break on GZ Doom simply because of the fact that they take advantage of several like engine bugs that are present in vanilla. I think the port that I use, the DSTA Doom, also introduced a sort of console where you can enter cheats and stuff. It's nowhere. I think they're recently making it more extensive so that you can use it to test your maps a lot better. Your vanilla maps a lot better. It's not as powerful as Z Doom or GZ Doom's console, but it is getting there. I prefer DSTA Doom simply because it runs much better. I think I've mentioned this a few times already, but GZ Doom really makes my computer just suffer. It stutters so much even in vanilla Doom. And that's after turning a lot of the settings down, like turning off dynamic lights, turning off texture filtering, and a bunch of other stuff. It still causes my computer to chug. The DSDA Doom is so much simpler to run that I can run it on my weaker PC and run slaughter maps on it with no problem. With thousands of enemies, and it just runs no problem, even on the software renderer, which is less optimized than the hardware renderer. I understand the appeal of mods, but I don't know. If I play with... I remember playing... My first experience with Classic Doom was with gameplay mods, but I kept getting bored super fast of the mod. Even if the mod's been designed to be like the most extensive thing ever created, I still get bored really quickly, I don't know why. But I can play on vanilla Doom for literally hours, no problem. Hours, days in a row, no problem. I don't know why. I can't explain it to you. I do also understand, Actually, I am going to hold that thought right there. I am not finishing that sentence. I am going to shut up about that sentence. Whatever I was going to say, forget I was ever going to say it. I am not saying what I'm saying about Guncaster. It's nothing bad about it, because I actually like the mod a lot as well. But I am holding that thought. Nobody needs to know what that thought is. Actually, someone already knows, but they're not here. Someone already knows why, but they're not here at the moment. Somebody already knows exactly what I'm going to say, but they're not here at the moment. Oh, we're all on the left half of the course, though. At least on the mini-map. My favorite kind of mods are actually not like full-on gameplay mods, but like the sometimes when Mapper includes a dehack patch in their map, in their mod that adds a bunch of stuff, those are usually my favorite kind. "1,000 Lines Project 3 was pretty fun because of that. "200-Line Massacre also has the same thing. The BFG really got buffed in 200 Lines Nightmare Massacre. 200 lines? 200 lines. Because instead of just releasing one wave of tracers, it releases 2 waves of tracers, which makes it, like, doubly busted. Honestly. Great, now I have to explain how it works. So, a lot of people don't really understand how the classic vanilla BFG works, because it's actually kind of complicated. You would think by the projectile and the animation that it's basically an oversized rocket launcher that doesn't do self-damage. No, it's not, actually. The ball does impact damage only. What does the majority of the damage are actually a bunch of invisible hit scan tracers that come out about 350-ish milliseconds after the ball impacts the target. After the ball impacts the target, 40 invisible hit scan tracers will be emitted from where you are in the same direction that the ball was going. Each one of those tracers do damage separately, and multiple tracers can hit the same target. So really, the BFG 9000 in Classic Doom is not really an oversized rocket launcher. It's more of an oversized shotgun. It's really just an oversized shotgun. But in 200 Lines Massacre, in 200 Lines Nightmare Massacre, they made it release 2 waves of tracers for 80 individual hit scan tracers total, which effectively doubles the damage output of the BFG and allows it to clear insane crowds of low-level enemies. Of course, they raised the ammo cost for it, and made it so that you couldn't hold that many cells, but however many cells you could fire, how many shots you could fire, were so overpowered. It was super fun. Shame I lost my save file because I updated my copy of BSJ. And you know, the new version was incompatible with the old version saves files. Oh well. Oh yeah, it's in the pin, but I'll just say it again. Tomorrow. I'm going to just say the same thing as I did last time with Nürburgring 24 hours, where the final 4 hours I'll do it in the afternoon at about 2:30 to 3 p.m. GMT plus 1. Same as last time with the Nürburgring. Except I also need two other reminders. One is that if I have another entire lap to go because I crossed the finish line like right before the timer expires, so I have another lap to do, remind me to do it in reverse. And the second thing that I need a reminder of is that I also want to use the event sheet to check what's the prize in the other variant of Circuit de la Sarthe 24 hours. I'm still on randomizer, so I do not know what I'm getting out of this 24-hour race. It would be so funny if it just ended up being absolutely terrible. It would actually be funny. I wouldn't even be mad. I would just laugh. I wouldn't even be mad, actually. Have I ever shown the clip of that time I was playing map 28 in what's his face? In Sunlust? I was in one of the particularly difficult fights that you have to do in order to. Normally you would get the BFG after that fight. No, you get the BFG during that fight. But because I was playing continuously, I had the BFG from the previous level. But I was in this particularly difficult fight that I was suffering in. Well, I was like having skill issues in. And then at some point, I got to the point where there was only 2 enemies left in the entire fight. And then I went and blew myself up with the rocket launcher. Because I accidentally walked behind a pillar. That was definitely a skill issue moment of all time. I made very many strange noises behind the screen. I'm just glad that I wasn't using a microphone that time. Let me get it, actually. Oh boy, now I have to like... Okay, please don't lag, YouTube. Let me get it, actually. gotta wait for YouTube to finally load. It's just taking its sweet time. Oh, great. It's arranged everything vertically, so now I have to find it myself. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. That's it. That was recorded back when I was still using PR Boom Plus and not PSC Agent. Touching the outside grass results in a spin out, and touching the inside grass results in a spin out. There's no winning here. Oh, the Nissan has overtaken the Toyota. Oh, is that who I think it is? Look who it is? Is it look who it is? Indeed it is. There. Oh, brother. Alright, we are now moving on to the Not Even Remotely Fair soundtrack. Created by... Well, it's a collaboration effort, but led by Megasphere, also known as Peter Lawrence. Not Even Remotely Fair is a really interesting one, actually. The entire map set is designed to be played in Nightmare mode. You physically cannot beat some of the levels without playing in Nightmare mode, because it expects you to have double the double ammo you get from Nightmare. The whole map set is entirely balanced around Nightmare. So none of the other game modes really, none of the other difficulties really work. It's pretty cool, actually, how they managed to design around Nightmare difficulty. In fact, even the title is a homage. If you select Nightmare difficulty in Doom, a message is displayed saying, "Are you sure this difficulty isn't even remotely fair?" So that's where the Not Even Remotely Fair name came from. Pi is a constant that pi is a constant that encodes the proportional relation between the diameter of a circle and its circumference. Sorry, I had to say that because I just realized the lap count is 314 before the pit. If the Ford GT40 stopped having so many skill issues, it actually would be a relatively formidable opponent because it never really needs to. It just did it again! They went off the road, spun out, tried to turn around, and went right back into the sand. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm 17 hours in. Almost there. One more hour and then I'll be 75% of the way there. That clip is a true major skill issue moment. I had an easier time with the secret fight, I'm not gonna lie, than that fight that I died with 2 enemies left in. I guess because the secret fight gives you so much more room to dodge. You just kind of circle the entire arena and not really have to worry too much about anything hitting you. But that one, you're stuck in a tight cavern with basically nowhere to go except to push through. Been a few safe laps so far. Nothing much by way of major incidents have occurred, at least. Oh, hang on a minute, I am getting a phone call. Oh, sorry about that. Mom called. You know. You know how it is. My younger brother's about to get his GCSE results today. It's results day. Just like how I finished uni this year, my brother also finished his GCSEs this year. And he's about to get his results. He's headed to the school right now to get them. What did you do at uni? I did computer science. Although the uni I took had a much more practical approach to computer science than a lot of others. So there was a lot more programming, and like theory adjacent to programming, which I quite enjoyed actually. I mean, I'm currently in my student accommodation in London, so it's Imperial College, London. I suppose. I did apply at some point to Oxford, and you know, got rejected. It was I mean, like Oxford University, like University of Oxford in Oxford. I applied there, got rejected in the interview stage. Ended up at Imperial College, but honestly, I think it was better overall. I think I would much prefer the course that they had in Imperial College. There was a lot of practical focus, and yeah, it was actually quite fun. I actually went through a lot of different programming languages through there, and it was there that I finally learned to appreciate that, well, there is no such thing as the singular best programming language. They're all just made for different purposes. Even if people try to tell you otherwise, there is no such thing as a singular best programming language. Don't let anybody convince you that there is such a thing. Yep, I did 3 years. I went for a bachelor's, not for a master's. Barely scraped a first-class honors on that bachelor's. I think my total was exactly 70%. The absolute bare minimum for first-class honors. Again. They really force you to have one. It's kind of odd. They can't even loan you one just temporarily before you can get your own. Up front? Huh. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. To be fair, I know how you feel about not feeling like you're up to it. Because I'm part of the A-level. I'm part of the group of students whose A-level exams got completely cancelled due to COVID. So they just handed me some projected results without saying anything. I never even took the exam. So for the entirety of my of uni, I never really felt like I deserved to be there. Because I just got handed some projected grades to use, so I'm like, I didn't even do these grades in an exam. Because my exams got cancelled. I felt kinda out of place. Even though most people in my year also had the same experience. Probably. It kinda showed. In a lot of the theory aspects of my computer science course, a lot of things about like hardware and stuff I was able to do quite fine. But then when it comes to the more abstract mathematical side of computer science, I really just did not do that well. Oh look, he's there. Level 1 and 2. Oh, is that a... What grading system is that? Is that the, B-tech? Or is that something else? Level 1 and 2. What would that be? Is that a, B-tech? Or is that, what, system was that? Yeah, because I know GCSE doesn't use level 1 and 2. Because I did have, I think, in the school I went to for GCSEs, they had a B-tech course for engineering, because it was like an engineering-focused school. Ah, an NVQ. Yeah, I'm familiar with those, because one of the courses I took in the school I took GCSEs in was an NVQ in German. I think it was a level 2. If I'm not mistaken. Do I remember any German? No, I don't. Because I've never really had to use it anywhere. But I do have, technically, an NVQ level 2 in German, despite never actually using it anywhere. No, a level 1 and a level 2, if I'm not mistaken, those are like the actual course levels. I think the grades themselves were similar to B-tech in that you had a pass, a merit, and a distinction grade. Pass was basically a C. A merit was essentially like a B to a low A, and a distinction was basically mid-A to an A+ or A star, if I'm not mistaken. To be fair, GCSEs don't even use letter grades anymore. Starting my year, and I think the year before me, they use the numeric grades for GCSEs, which honestly are the most confusing things ever created. 1 is basically the equivalent of an F to an E. 2 was basically a D, was basically a low D. 3 is a high D. 4 is a low C. 5 is a mid to high C. 6, I think, is a B. 7 is a low... 7 is a high B to a low A. 8 is a mid A. 8 is mid to high A, and 9 is strictly an A star. But they don't explain the fact that the percentage that the grades are compressed around the edges of the numerics. So a lot of parents, including mine, just kind of panic about certain grades. Like, oh, you're not getting a 9, you're only getting a 7, despite the fact that 7 is, already a low A. Because they don't explain how the grades work. They just confuse everyone involved. They don't explain it clear enough, sorry. Oh, I suppose I'm sorry to hear that. I suppose I wasn't the best at English either, to be honest. Hold on, I'm getting called again. 1 second. Sorry about that, I had another phone call. Regarding English, yeah, I think at the time I had both English and English literature. I think I got 5 and a 6 respectively on them, which is essentially just C's, both C's, a C and a low B. Oh, great. Because the problem was that, well, in my year, that's when they started a brand new exam type. So you still had to, like, analyze texts and stuff. Like, actually, no. In English language, you had to analyze, like, an unknown text. Like, that's alright. But my problem was with English literature. You know how in English literature you learn, like, a few texts throughout your entire session? You know, like, you get picked a few, like, old texts that you will have to study for the whole time. And Like, for example, in my school, the 3 texts that we got were Romeo and Juliet, A Christmas Carol, and I think an inspector calls. Now, before, you used to be able to take your notes of those texts, so or even like an annotated version of the full text that you annotated yourself into the exam. However, both in my year, they trialed a new system just to screw us all over, I guess. Which is, you weren't even allowed to get a blank, unannotated copy of the text. You had to memorize the quotes. So, whatever quote you end up memorizing, maybe won't even get a use in the exam. It was such a pain. They could have just given us a blank piece of the text that has no notes on it. No, they just went all out and said, screw you, no text for you. Yeah, you understand, right? It's so dumb. Like, we're supposed to... I thought the skill that we were trying to learn is A, analysis, and B, how to write a convincing argument, not how to memorize a text. Oh yeah, because not only do we have those 3 texts to memorize, we also had a bunch of poems that we also had to memorize quotes off of as well. Super annoying. And the annoying part is some of those poems were intended to be placed as duds. Where some of them aren't even that suitable for getting quotes from. It's like they made it just to screw you over. The Pythagoras theorem is something you end up using quite a lot in programming. I guess that's why it's stuck around in my head. Although, to be fair, I did also try hard at maths. I learned LaTeX, which is spelled like this, just to write an entire, revision sheet for myself. 30-page revision sheet for maths. Which ended up paying off, because, I'd say that it ended up paying off quite a lot, actually. I like maths. Okay. Like, arithmetic is something I quite... and geometry is something I like quite a lot. Abstract maths is something that I'm not good at, though. Like logic and that sort of thing. That's not what I'm good at. But reasoning around hard numbers and algebra is something I'm pretty alright at, I suppose. I still have my revision sheet that I've stripped off all of my personal details. And sorry about that. The student accommodation sometimes just has the fire alarm just beep like that for no reason, and I have no idea why. It jump scares me every single time. I was afraid of it going off, and there it went. Normally they're supposed to test it on Mondays at 12, but last Monday they didn't. I just realized something about this particular track from Not Even Remotely Fair. I'm pretty sure this has been inspired by the track that was composed by PPRD for his WAD named Nuts 3. Named as such because of the fact that it has 18,000 total monsters in it or something. It sounds exactly like it. Well, at least it sounds inspired by it, heavily. It's just a much more low-key version. Actually, I'll load it up. I'll load it up just as a comparison. Where is it? I'll load it up after this, actually. Just as a contrast. There we go. Just a contrast. Because it sounds so much like it. The Nissan's been holding on to this lead for quite a long time. What happened to the Toyota? Why did it choke so hard? The Nissan and the Toyota are normally right next to each other. Well, I say lead. What I mean is lead in holding second place. Because the Nissan still has 8 laps to catch me in first. There's a lot of simple, like, GCSE level maths that gets reused a lot in programming. Pythagoras' theorem is just one such example. It's such a useful formula for multiple different applications, even unrelated to geometry. It's all, I mean, even in geometry-related purposes, one of the common uses for it is to find out if 2 circles are touching each other. Actually, no, it's to find out, like, to help with, like, range checks. Like, is a point within a certain radius of another point? Okay, here's that track that I said that it sounded similar to. That's nice. Congratulations. I mean, oh, sorry, I completely misread that. But, let's see. Simple as in like GCSE grade maths is probably like the most fundamental level to learn up to, I think. Because I think after that point, you're just kind of entering a lot of esoteric territory a lot of the time. But GCSE level is pretty useful for a lot of things. That's like it's past GCSE when the math starts getting a lot more specialized, and it's like that's when you're gonna have to start realizing that that's usually more for specialized fields. But GCSE level math is definitely applicable in a lot of places. Actually, I'd say you don't even need a laptop to study maths. If you want to do like GCSE level maths, I find that the best way of doing so is just to find some way of like rewriting the formula. Don't even bother like looking at it or whatever for long periods of time. Just write it down and just keep writing it down. Eventually, you'll commit it to memory. But that's only to memorize the formulas. The next step is to actually figure out how to apply them. Now that's the part where the only way that I can really tell you is just practice. Just find some example problems, even like on your phone, like just look up some like examples, like papers or whatever. Just do them. Just do them as if you were in an exam. Like set yourself a time limit, do it as if you were in an exam, and then just look at the answer book, if it's available, so you can see where you went wrong. Well, I say that, I'm... Okay, listen to me over here, giving advice, when I didn't even do that myself. I'm not gonna lie, I'm being a little bit hypocritical here, because writing down that formula sheet was really the most amount of revision I did for maths. I kind of like skimped out on doing things like what's his face? Practice papers. To be fair, that was also probably why my English grade didn't really that good, because I didn't practice enough. I can't always just completely blame the new exam system, you know. I have to also admit I probably didn't do enough revision. Well, practice, not revision, specifically. Oh my god, it's the chasm, but real. Oh, here's the Toyota. Is it? Yeah, look. Why is he here? Yeah, the Nissan is so far ahead of the Toyota. What happened? Well, what happened? Why is he so far back? They were battling for second place the whole time. Why is he so far back now? Yeah, I think the Nissan's all the way already halfway up the force curves now. Looks like I hit on 326, I think. That's the Ford GT40, I think. There's the He's There car again. Yeah, that's the Ford. Someone just had a massive skill issue. And it wasn't the Ford this time. Who was it? Who is it? Who's in front of me? Who's that in the bottom corner, and why are they so slow? Oh, there we go, they're accelerating again. That's probably the Sauber in the bottom left. I think ahead of me is the Nissan. I think. Oh, I see a car in the distance. Who's that? I think this is the Nissan in front of me. I think it is. It is. I'm getting pulled by the slipstream. Please don't block the line. It could. This car takes a while to reboot, so to speak, from like a full stop. But at least this isn't that 1-2 Golf that's in this game. The HPA R32 Golf. It's it's not very good in terms of like the launch. It's very slow at launching. It has absolutely no power or torque at low revs, so if you completely stop, the car will just stop dead for the next like 15 seconds. No, oh, I forgot to brake. If you go off the road in that section, just don't even bother hitting the accelerator. You will just spin out. Just let the car coast through the sand. That's if you have speed, however. If you have no speed, then yeah, definitely hit the throttle. And can I just quickly check something? Is the game audio synced with the video? Yes? An account with your username on my Discord. What? Your Discord, which one is this? House of Blue Brew, right? What? Where's the, Wait, what? Oh, come on, man. Hey, okay, I know who this is. Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah. Because, like, I just, like, it took me a second to realize it because I just went to the server and then I checked the members list. Oh boy. This is why I don't like Discord's new system. Actually, well, the old system allowed duplicate usernames. To be fair, my entire purpose of having this weird-ass username is so that, you know, nobody picks the exact same hex digits. Because someone else might have, like, a similar, what's-his-face? Might also have, like, a hex digit username, but they don't actually, you know, will make it exactly one-to-one. Actually, 1 sec. Sorry. Is it's not the exact digits. It's a. It's not the same. The 9 and the the 6 and the 3 are swapped around. The 3 and the 6 are swapped around, yeah. Why? Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't really know. Because despite my username just looking like a massive random random hex digits, there is actually a reasoning for why these particular digits are picked. A stupid reasoning, but a reasoning regardless. Because I was gonna say, I don't remember joining your server with like what's it? Yeah, I know you know. Like I don't remember like joining your server a second time on my alt, and even then, my alt isn't even called that. My alt is called a different username entirely. And even then, the only servers that my alt joined are 2 servers, my own and someone else's, which I didn't want to put my main account in. Because, you know, I don't want to get spammed by, like, the inane amount of everyone things. I remember how we met, actually. We met on someone else's server. We met on someone else's server. Not SLC, because you invited me to SLC. It was a different one. You invited me to SLC, so it wasn't there. It was somewhere else. We met there, figured out, hey, we have like the same interest, and we just kind of, sure. It was someone else's, I think, but it definitely wasn't SLC because you invited me there. Yes, Zap was also there as well. I do remember. It was someone else's server. Whose was it? It's been a few years, I don't remember. It's been quite a few years, I don't remember actually. I usually remember how, like, vague details about how I meet with someone else, like, in, like, online, but this time I don't fully remember. I only know that it was in someone else's server. Zap was there, yes, and it wasn't SLC, it was someone else's. It was around about 2018, if I remember correctly. 2018, 2019. I think. I don't remember exactly. stream, wrong time. Yeah, it was around that time, yeah. I still think I completely messed up the block sprite I gave you. Every time I look back on the single video I shot with it, just as a test, I still think I screwed up the block sprite. The block sprite looks kind of wrong. That one that I made. The shadows are too dark. In contrast to the light areas, the shadows are a little too dark. Which makes them look kind of odd, especially when they're smaller. What do I use pixel art for anyway? Oh, that's a big can of worms. I suppose I should start with how I got inspired then. So back around 2018. Hang on, I'm getting a second and a third phone call. Give me a minute. Right. This is why I hate the numeric GCSE grades so much. I hate it so much. I've just had another call from my mom where I had to explain again the differences. I mean, like, which numbers map to which letter, old letter grades. It's so confusing. She was getting worried about the fact that my brother got a lot of 7s, which are like, basically A's. Like mid-A's. Sure, it's lower than is expected, but they're A's! A's are good! Oh my god. What? I've never noticed this part of this particular MIDI, and all I can say is I hate you, whoever put that in. I hate you, whoever put that in. They put the freaking Fortnite default dance tune in that part of the section. Why? Okay, so for pixel art I use A-spec because I was recommended it a few times. I tried it, ended up really liking it, so I ended up buying it. It is, yes. And the fact that, and I love the way that they distribute it. Actually, A-spec you pay for if you want auto updates and like builds delivered to you, but you can compile it yourself, and you're allowed to use it for whatever purpose you want. If you compile A-spec yourself, you're allowed to use it for whatever purpose you want. The license just straight up says if you compile it yourself, you can just use it for any purpose, even commercial. You don't have to buy it to use it commercially. It's open source too, which is such a good model for selling the open source software. What was it? Right, now what was I saying about the pixel art thing? About what made me start doing pixel art? Okay. So this started around about 2017, 2018. I was basically spending hours of my life on Terraria. And if you've ever played Terraria, well, you know, the graphics are completely pixel art. That inspired me, yeah, I want to make something like that. And then that's in 2018, that's when I got into playing modded Terraria and seeing some of the cool sprites they made. And I'm just like, oh, cool, I want to do that too. So I tried. Ended up having major skill, ended up just, you know, realizing I can't do this very well. I still kept trying all the way up until about 2019. Until up about 2019. What did I make recently? I haven't had time to make any for like the past few years because of uni. I haven't had time to just sit down and work on it for a few hours. To work on it work on some for a few hours. Hadn't had the time to do anything like that. I guess the only thing that I've done recently that can be considered what do you call it? Art of sorts would be me making a bunch of vector stuff. Making a bunch of like vector stuff for like projects. And for myself. This is actually a pretty fast car. The super fast vacuum cleaner traveling at incredible high speed. Show me my best work. I think... Oh, that's hard. Because a lot of the stuff that I've had, I kind of just backed them up on like an archive, uploaded the archive to a few like online cloud storage services, and then just deleted the local copies. Well, actually, no, I didn't delete the local copies. I moved the local copies elsewhere where I can't really get them easily. Simply because I just don't want to look at them anymore. Because of what they're attached to. And I think my best work was somewhere in there, so that would be kind of difficult, I think. I only have what's left, which I didn't purge. It's one of those things where it's like, from the outside point of view, okay, they look alright, but then I'm looking at them and I just think, they look horrible. There's so many mistakes that I noticed after making them, and I'm like, oh no, they're terrible. Like, that's the only thing I'm good at, detail. I'm not good at making like an overall image, so to speak. This usually happens quite a bit from like whatever I've tried. Like I do, like sometimes I do pencil sketches, and I'm good at detailing, but I'm not good at actually making an entire image, so to speak. And the problem is, the other problem that I found a lot to break in the habit of, I always inadvertently end up making things a little too orderly, so to say. I cannot make things look natural. Everything always ends up looking artificially ordered. Artificially ordered, I guess. Everything ends up looking super synthetic and blocky and grid-like. Because that's just what's pleasing for me, personally. Maybe that's why I like the design of this car so much. Maybe that's why I like the design of the 2J so much. It perfectly hits all of my my aesthetically pretty pleasing requirements for a design. I guess that's why I like it so much. Why I picked 2J and not a LMP? There's actually not an LMP or Group C. There's actually a few reasons for that. Tire management is one of them. The 2J is absolutely unreal at managing its tires. I am on... Everybody else, because this is an endurance, is on racing super hards. I am on racing mediums and I can last 6 laps on them. When most cars would... when most Group Cs and LMPs would shred a set of racing mediums before the fourth lap. Would already be struggling with a set of racing mediums on lap number 3 or 4. And when you turbo this car, and, you know, mess with the gears, you can go super fast on it. Like, unreasonably fast in this car. And because the car apparently is super aerodynamic, you don't really get much slowdown at high speeds due to, you know, drag. It just kind of wants to keep accelerating. It just needs, if it had more power and the gears were taller, it would just keep accelerating. I remember doing some slipstreaming tests in Like the Wind with this car, with a build that's tuned for maximum top speed. I think I managed to hit 460 in this car with slipstream. It is insane how fast this thing goes with a turbo and the proper gear setup. This is why tuning is such, I think, a skill that's like something you don't have to learn in this game. Like, you don't have to like study it intently, but you just have to at least understand the general gist of how to tune cars in this game. tuning can easily save a car from being mediocre or even terrible. You can turn like terrible cars into decent cars, and you can turn decent, like mid cars, into really excellent machines with just a little tuning. And of course, if you've already got a high-end machine, a little bit of tuning just makes it that much better. Overall, you just figure out what your preferred handling characteristics are for a car, and then just tune for it. And every car becomes enjoyable to drive in this game. Well, unless they're beyond saving, then in which case tuning won't help you. I still regret certain purchases in my recent save because they are that bad and I cannot save them with tuning. For example, don't buy the Dodge SRT4 in this game. It is absolutely dog shit. If you can get away with buying a different car, please buy a different one. I think at some point I did, but then I looked at it and went, yeah, this is not gonna work. I think I gave you just the head. At some point, a long time ago. A super long time ago, I think. And then I think I was in the process of making the rest, and then I just kind of... I lost the plot, so to speak. That was the moment I realized that I'm only good at making small objects. I can make small objects look look decent. I don't think I must have just not sent it then. I think it's definitely sitting around in one of my folders. Let me see, actually. Give me a second to just quickly check. Because I'm pretty certain it's just sitting around. I'm fairly certain it's just sitting around in that case then. Oh, okay, I did send it then. Yeah, so the only thing really that I've been doing that can even like considered, you know, visual art, I'd say is just doing some vector stuff that I did for some projects at uni. And for myself, but you know, that's neither here nor there. I just wish Inkscape was a bit less of a pain to deal with. Yep, that's the one I sent you. That is exactly the one I was thinking of. Yep, that's the exact one that I'm thinking of. So this is basically the opposite of so no head. But I can't think of anything that what you call it, that rolls off the tongue the same way. Because head is one syllable, and body, torso, whatever, are two. So you can't really make another phrase that kind of rolls off the tongue the same way as so no head. The last time I did anything that could resemble pixel art was a bit of a cheat, actually. I just made something in Blender, a shape in Blender, and then just rendered it at like a super low res, and used a bunch of like visual render filters to limit the palette. It looks horrible because it just looks like terrible anti-aliasing rather than proper pixel art. It just looks like a really horribly anti-aliased image. Seen these with the blueberries. What would you avoid, if anything, in something like that? What would you avoid? Yeah, that's fair actually. Everything else not a... Yeah, that's fair enough. I've been thinking of making a controller overlay display myself. I like this one's alright, but I'm not satisfied with it. I can't show how far down I'm pressing L2 and R2. Like, I can't show how much I'm pressing down on the L2 and R2 triggers. And a bunch of the other programs for monitoring console input doesn't let you. It didn't, but this game supports analog trigger input. Actually, it supports, because some PS2 controllers had pressure-sensitive buttons, and this game could take advantage of them actually. And if you configure it to using L2 and R2, you can actually do analog control. The problem is that because the analog controls were weighted more for the pressure-sensitive buttons, when you pressed about 50%, pressing down the triggers won't do anything until about 50%, and then it'll suddenly jump from 0 to 100 in that half of a trigger press. But there is a patch someone made for this game that fixes that, so you can play properly with triggers on your controller. That's why I've been using trigger steering trigger pedals the whole time. That's why it allows me to do things like half throttle, quarter throttle, and stuff. Because the only other way to do that at the time would be to use the right stick. And I am not going to use the right stick. That just sounds like a pain. For people not used to it, that is. So yeah, it did actually have analog controls of sorts. Heck, even PS1, some controllers had those same pressure-sensitive buttons. The first two Gran Turismo games had options for analog button control. That will only enable if you had a controller that had those pressure-sensitive buttons in them. There's a reason why people say that the Gran Turismo games really push the hardware to its limit. Because they had stuff like that in them. I am 3/4 of the way to the finish line. On lap 333. It would be so funny if I end up finishing on lap 444. In fact, I actually used my keyboard's full potential during that time when I was playing this game before getting a controller. Because I have an analog keyboard, so I just basically used it to simulate the right stick when I was driving. Yeah, they didn't have enough resources in the PS2 to actually make a day-night cycle. That was only in the next game, Gran Turismo 5, when they actually managed to implement it in the PS3. They ran out of resources to put in a proper day-night cycle. Because this game was already pushing the PS2 to its absolute limits before it started chugging. Having to put dynamic lights would probably just make the PS2 want to die. Just because all this lighting is baked in, probably, just for performance reasons. If they had to put in, like, dynamic lighting, the PS2 would probably start crying. Yeah, it will run at 10 FPS, and that wouldn't be pretty fun, would it? That really wouldn't be pretty fun. Because this game, on the original PS2, actually runs at a solid, well, 50 frames or 60 frames, depending on what region you're in. But it was consistent at that frame rate. It didn't chug, so to speak. Of course, the graphics won't be as like high res as this, because in the emulator I can just increase the render resolution. But and you know, I'm using a retexture for the HUDs. Oh. I guess there's always next time for that, if you feel like doing that. And then there is always the fact that failure is always just, you know, a chance for you to learn from them, and then you can improve on them the next time, I suppose. I don't know, I'm not good at this sort of thing. Also, something about this game is driving in manual feels like a cheat code. Because, yeah, driving in manual in this game feels like a cheat code, honestly. You drive so much faster in manual, and you can like launch the car much easier too. Because you're not stuck on like in first gear and having to like deal with the wheel spin. If your car suffers from wheel spin, you can just launch it in like second or third. you're having trouble cornering at lower gears because you have traction issues at those low gears because of wheel spin, you can just stay at a higher gear without having to downshift. Although it probably would have been more thematically fitting for this car if I used automatic. Because in real life, this car is an automatic. This 1970s 3-speed experiment was a 3-speed automatic, custom built by the people at Chaparral. In fact, the previous iteration, the 2D race car, was also the same. It had a 3-speed automatic gearbox. I'm getting pulled forward. You know, there were moments in time when I actually had like 4 different screens open recently. Because like, oh, there's a bunch of people that's streaming and I want to watch all of them. Screw it, I'll just put all 4 of them on. And surely nothing's gonna go wrong, right? I think at one point I had such a strange, like, just layout across 2 monitors. I had 4 screens open, I think. Oh no, it was 3. It was 2 people, 1 person on YouTube and 2 people on Twitch. Ow. Just got bumped by the Mercedes. Is he? No, he's not hitting. No. Ah, the grass. Every time. The grass every single time. It doesn't matter what car you're in. If you're in a high-speed car and you touch the grass and... Interesting. It doesn't matter what car you're in this game. If you're in any high-speed vehicle and you touch the grass in any part of this course, yeah, you will enter a spin-out. Also, I've never looked at the ground before. I think that might be the first time I've looked at the ground in this game. Yeah, I am going to finish this tomorrow, probably in the afternoon at around 2:30 or 3 is when I'm going to start tomorrow. In the afternoon, that is. GMT +1. Because that's what I did last time with the Nürburgring. 24 hours. I just did the last 4 hours in the afternoon. It was also on a Friday. Oh wait, now that you're here, there is one. Actually, no, I'll do that later. I think there is one particular thing I loaded, which I want to put on I want to put on at the final lap. Simply because the final lap for today, simply because it is such a good rendition of something. Like, I'm not going to lie, the MIDI rendition of this particular track that I put on earlier was. It actually is good. I'm not going to lie. I'll do that later, actually, as like before the finishing piece, the last lap for today. And if I somehow manage to get one more lap in, because I did a lap at like 23:50, I finished at I reached the start line at 23:59 or something. That final lap, I want to do two things. I want to wait for everybody to go across the line so that we'll be able to see the total lap counts for everyone. But also, I want to drive that final lap in reverse. Because that was something I wanted to do in the Nürburgring, but in the Nordschleife, but I completely forgot. That's why I wish maybe I should have gone for the other lap, just so that I could just finish the next one in reverse. For fun. I should not have hit the handbrake. Oh dear. Oh well. I thought I wasn't going to brake hard enough. Unfortunate. I thought I wasn't going to be able to brake hard enough. I shouldn't have hit the handbrake. It's fine. Oops, turned in too early. It missed out taking a pit stop. It's held on to its lead for, its second place for quite a long time, actually. Because before, the Toyota and the Nissan are both battling for second, but no, the Nissan is holding the lead for like the past 20 laps or something. Well, the second place lead for like 20 laps or something. Oh, they're both pitting in at the same time. Well, that changes nothing then. That means the Nissan is still going to be in second. I think the rigidity wear has fully set in. Yeah, it's been 4,500. I think the rigidity wear has fully set. I'll let this hover pass. I don't... Imagine being able to, say, put a GT Auto wing on this car. Or maybe even borrow the wing from something like the Toyota 7. That would absolutely just make this car completely broken. I wonder, when the AI refills their fuel, do they go for a full refuel or a partial refuel? It's probably a full refuel if I were to guess. If I were to guess, it's probably a full refuel. Because they seem to take a lot longer in the pits than... I wonder how much fuel they consume, actually, between their stints. Like, even though I have an older engine, right, because this was a 1970s car from 1970, they have larger engines. Like, these other LMPs all have, like, either V10s or V12s in them, and the 2J only has a V8. In terms of engine size, with a much smaller total displacement. Yeah, I was expecting this hour to activate. It was already out for quite a while. Good. That's one lap after me. The next time it's going to hit is probably 346. I think. Not sure. Probably. I just do that every few laps just so that I don't get bored of driving cleanly for hundreds of laps. Second. Sorry, just to check something real quick. And I forgot to put these windows back on. suspension almost lapsed there. Other than that, this is on a different section of the course. I don't know why, but this endurance feels like it goes a lot faster than the one on the north side, despite the fact that the other one was they're both real time, so they both should feel like they take the same amount of time. But it feels like this one goes faster. I guess it's because there's a lot more idle periods of just, you know, accelerating down the Mulsanne, or, you know, just other parts that you just can sort of partially switch your brain off, which is why it feels like it goes faster. But of course, in the Nürburgring or the Nordschleife, you have to keep your attention on it all the time. That's why everything feels like it's moving slower. So, oh, and anybody's curious about how I tuned this particular car, I think I just quickly went over it before starting in the first stream. If I'm not mistaken, right at the beginning I went through the tuning. Well, the tuning settings. They're probably not going to be as generic as like most tuning settings, because like I specifically made it just to make it so it feels alright just on this track. If I were to use this car for anything else, I would have to change it. For example, getting rid of the stage 4 turbo. That is not suitable for a lot of other places. You want the stage 3, not the stage 4, because it has less lag. So it makes the response of the throttle feel less sluggish. Because you cannot buy an anti-lag system in this game. Well, you can sort of, but it's not called anti-lag, it's called nitrous, but it's not available on all cars. This one doesn't have it, for example. Oh, and if you can find if the tuner village accepts your car, and gives you the option to buy an original turbo, take that original turbo. It is worth it every time for a general purpose turbo. Even though it's labeled as a stage 5, it has usually power about either between 3 and 4, or the same as 4, or even a little higher than 4, but it has far less lag than a turbo stage 4, so it feels really nice. The original suspension, however, is not really that necessary. You only really buy it if you want to either raise the car or lower it more than what the racing suspension lets you. Or if you want to soften the springs or stiffen the springs even more than what the racing suspension lets you. Or the camber. And that's the only thing that's a benefit. You however lose the benefit of being able to tweak the shocks or the dampers. Also, Obligatory. Obligatory, of course. Okay. No, come on, I hit the barriers on the inside. Oops. There's just a cone sitting on the grass there. Yep, almost 345, but I do have to hit on 344. If I nearly forget to fit, there is a there's a box emote that you can spam. I think it's capital B lowercase ox, so it's a box. I also wonder what I'll get. I also wonder what I'll get when I use the event sheet on the other version of this endurance on a variant of this track that has chicanes on the straight instead of just being a long straight. Long uninterrupted straight, that is. I am also curious. If it's terrible, I probably won't even be that mad. I just laugh. Because, you know, that's just the nature of randomiser. I don't know, I've never played GT Sport. I don't even have a PS5. I don't think I'll be able to play GT. I don't think I can play GT Sport. And I don't intend on getting a PS5. Not again. You know, the whole idea of putting a timer on, not for speedrunning purposes, but to track, to give a rough idea of where the stream is, so that if someone's watching a clip or a highlight, they can just see the timer and go, oh, it was approximately this far into the stream, in the vlog. That wasn't my idea. Sarthe, a different streamer. Some of you may have heard his name, but maybe you don't even watch him. Shoutouts to Simple Clips. No, but seriously though, he's absolutely great entertainer. Unironically, great entertainer. Should try watching Simple Clips. Actual, what's the Simple Clip? This time. For some people, this one might be nostalgic, I think. I don't know how many for how many people here this is nostalgic. It's Passport. I don't know how loud this one's going to be. Please don't be so loud. Okay, good. It's been normalized. Good. Don't worry, my eardrum's about to get blown out there. Okay, no, it's been normalized. Good. This is, I think, a sequencing of one of the tracks from the NES/Famicom version of Ease 2. Actually, Ease in general just has good OST. Ease spelled Y-S. particular mini iteration is probably most known for its use in Sunlust Map 12, Dangerous. At some point, a valuable skill to learn, not just in this game, but also probably if you start driving in real life, is how to steer the car with your pedals. You know, using the throttle to force more weight to the rear, or force it, or using the brakes to force more weight to the front to affect the steering. Because in this game, it's definitely a useful skill. Pedal steering, that is. Max next to be 350, right? Yeah, I think it's 350. Might be nostalgic for a few other people. One stop. Oh, really? For real? Alright, fine, I'll go around Sarthe. I'll go around the bunker. Oh wait, this isn't golf. Longer than I thought, actually. Yep, almost 4 hours. Just 13 minutes until we hit the 4-hour mark. Well, the 4-hour mark in-game. Definitely been streaming for longer than 4 hours due to the toilet breaks and the phone calls. Yeah, tomorrow we'll probably do it in the afternoon. Like last time on the Nürburgring. Just finish it at around 2:30. Start at around 2:30 to 3 and finish at around 6:30 to 7. Oh yeah, he's probably happy about it. Himself, that is. I feel like he himself was happy about it, or like... And you know how parents are sometimes. A bit overbearing at times. Oh, level 3s are very good. Level 3 qualifications, whether B-tech and DQ, they're pretty good. Oh, look who it is. He's right there. Bye. Yeah, it just kind of reminds me, actually. And X-Pass is cheap used car videos. in part 2, that's gonna be where the extreme events start happening. What? Oh man, this is probably a spoiler. But in the stream, but you know, if you're in the streams, this is less of a spoiler. In the streams, during All-Star, the Gran Turismo All-Stars, which is basically this alternate universe, what's his face, Gran Turismo World Championship. We went at it with a yellow Skyline, I think Skyline R34 if I'm not mistaken, and it was a bit pain. The Skyline is because it's a front engine four-wheel drive, like with a lot of front engine four-wheel drives in this game, eats its front tires very quickly. So it was a bit painful trying to get the tires to survive, so it was a pain. But the funny thing is, just like with GTWC, there was a familiar there were two familiar opponents on the field during All-Stars, Gran Turismo All-Stars. There was the 905, which in it from its road cars playthrough, and also the BMW V12 LMR, which if we compare to the GTWC, where oh, it's a CLK GTR, is that Dustin Eden? No. But in this case, the BMW V12 was actually the real Volta Copeland in Dustin Eden's No Japanese Cars challenge. So I was like, oh, hang on a minute. It's kind of funny that kind of lined up for the what do you call it? What was I gonna say? What's the word again? Continuity. It lined up for continuity reasons, which is pretty funny, actually. The fact that the BMW V12 LMR appeared at the book. Something really funny happened in the Infineon race in All-Stars, but I'm not going to say anything more because I will leave that for the actual video for when he finishes it and uploads it. Something really funny happens at Infineon at the final lap. Because a new rival showed up that was being a menace throughout the entire championship. And in the final lap, something kind of funny happened to him in Infineon. Or Sonoma, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, look, it's a Toyota again. Yeah, how has he fallen so far back compared to the Nissan? I don't understand. How did they fall so far back? I don't understand. Don't block me. bumped. It's only the first and last sectors of this circuit that require high downforce. The rest are perfectly fine without it. Well, the first, last, and second to last sector. Which is why this car is actually pretty okay on the track. I mean, it's also combined with the fact that if you add a stage 4 turbo, this car just kind of turns into a rocket. Into a F-Zero machine at home, so you know. This particular MIDI track is probably most known for its usage for somebody creating a task run of a super long, super difficult map, where he specifically designed the task to take no damage except from damaging force. So it didn't take any other damage from anything else other than from damaging force. Because it was unavoidable, the damaging core damage. But no other damage was taken. So, like a 4-hour long task or something. Because it was such a super long and difficult map. The map is so difficult, the only person to have beaten it safe, there's only one person who's ever beaten it safeless. And even then, that was on the easiest difficulty. And even on the easiest difficulty in Doom, it was still super difficult. The map. Because the map was just so innately difficult that even playing on the easiest difficulty, where you take half the damage and get double the ammo, did not help at all. Well, it helped a little bit, but not much. It's still super hard. To test your patience more than anything else. Well, it's actually a test of your skill and patience, but mostly your patience. I'm surprised in all of this I haven't accidentally said any funny expletives. Because there is a particular phrase that I have adopted as my own personal expletive, which sounds weird. But like, you think, why would that be an expletive? But no, I have definitely adopted that phrase as a sort of unofficial expletive. I'm surprised I haven't accidentally said that yet. That particular phrase, yeah. I forgot to brake again. Why? You can tell my attention's probably lapsing. Slightly. This is absolute in real. If you're doing this on a real PS2, this is absolutely the kind of thing you would do. You would bring a few friends over and you would tag out every few hours. Actually, now I want to check something. Hang on, sorry for the bit of a tangent. I want to check something actually. Give me a minute. I want to check something actually. Where's recents? Here it is. Search for... Can I view this table? Okay, here we go. Now I just have to search for... what's the aerodynamic value, actually? Is it even mentioned here? Oh, it doesn't actually say. This particular database that I have, it doesn't actually say how aerodynamic this car is, but I really want to compare it to something like the GT1, because it feels like this car is considered super aerodynamic by the game, but I do not know by how much. Because the car doesn't slow down due to doesn't cap out at top speed due to, what do you call it, bad aerodynamics. It tops out because the gears have not enough power. Like, for example, in contrast, the Suzuki Escudo, Pikes Peak car, is not very aerodynamic. And it will refuse to accelerate past a certain speed, not because of power or gears, but because it's just not aerodynamic enough to be able to actually accelerate past that point. But, for some reason, this car is considered super aerodynamic, and the same goes for the 2D. Because they don't really get slowed down by having bad aero. As in their top speed isn't limited, soft capped by bad aero. The problem is this car, it runs out of power at the top end of curve, and the gears also aren't tall enough to support more speed. So if I added more power onto the car and added maybe a fourth gear onto the car, while keeping the first three gears the same length as they are now, this thing can probably easily hit 500, no problem. This thing could probably, easily get 500. If I modify the car's data so it has more power and a fourth gear that is just as long as the first three, it could probably hit 500 super easily. But it can't. But this car can't do that at quarter because it doesn't have enough power. Because you'll notice that in a car that's aerodynamically limited, the faster the car goes, if you look at the steering gauge at the bottom, the G-force gauge at the bottom, you'll notice it's shaped at high speeds. If I drive this on test course where the road is much more smooth than in Sarthe, you barely see its shape in this car. Even here in Sarthe, where the straight isn't really the smoothest road, just look at the G-force bar. It's shaking simply because it's super bumpy here. In test course, you don't really see this bumpiness in the steering gauge. It's super smooth, even when going at 440. With longer gears. This car doesn't seem very limited by aerodynamics. same as the GT1. And the GT1 is even more impressive considering the GT1 actually has a wing with downforce configured on it. And it's still super aerodynamic and can easily hit over 400 with the correct gear setup without even nitrous or even an extra turbo. It just hits 400 on its own volition. Okay, if you want to go for an LMP that's like pure, like both speedy and super maneuverable, I would absolutely recommend the GT1 because it's just great. Oh, welcome back. I was just mentioning, this car seems to be considered super aerodynamic by the game because even when going at like 440, it doesn't feel like it's getting limited in terms of the speed doesn't feel like it's getting limited by aerodynamics. Like, I'm pretty sure if this car had more power and longer gears, you could probably make it go at 500 super easily. I don't know what the air. I have a copy of the spec of the SQLite database that Chicanes posted a while ago, but it doesn't have the aerodynamics values. How does this car compare to something like the GT1 in terms of aero values? Yeah, that is true, but I was thinking, I wonder how it would perform if somebody were to transplant a rear wing onto this car. Like, say, I don't know, a GT Auto wing, or a, I don't know, maybe the one from the Toyota 7, possibly. As it is only appropriate to take it from there, I guess. Putting downforce on this car would probably just make this car a little bit broken. Just a little bit. No tire wear, low speed traction because of ground effect, high speed traction if you add a wing on it. It would just become completely broken. The 2D also seems to be able to do the same, because I think with a max downforce setting still on the 2D, I was able to hit 440 on the 2D with stage 4 turbo and a long and wide gear setup. If I took the downforce off, I could probably hit 450 on the 2D, that is. Actually, yeah, I think both Chaparrals can hit some stupid speeds in this game with the proper setup. I did actually. I did. I wasn't saying anything, but I did see it. That was just. It was like basically watching the A13 test or B8 in GT3 for someone who's not used to doing them. It's just like those fractions of a second missing every time. You think you've gone fast enough, hit the finish. Nope, you're still too slow. That was just painful. It makes sense that it's blind corners only, considering it's a highway, but probably going fast on it is super painful. I'm also not sure why, but in this current case, the Toyota has fallen into third, like solidly into third. The Nissan has solidified its second place position. It's won the overall battle for second, I think. I think there's some tracks in this game that are like that as well, where one direction is perfectly okay, but the second one is just blind corner hell. Oh, so it was just in that circuit experience. Yeah, I see why they didn't want to. It was just too many blind corners. Far too many blind corners. I'm surprised GT7 hasn't added a track where you have to race through part of a magic roundabout. That would actually be dumb. Actually, discard that idea. Let's not put a recursive roundabout into Gran Turismo. I still can't believe there's more than one of those things in the UK. Everybody knows about the one in Swindon, but there's apparently multiple of these recursive roundabouts in the UK. There's actually one that has 6 branches somewhere else in the UK. It is an abomination, but surprisingly, if you understand how a roundabout fundamentally functions, it is not that hard to comprehend. But it is an abomination, still. Fundamentally. Yeah. But honestly, if you understand the fundamentals of how a roundabout functions for traffic flow, it's surprisingly not too difficult to understand how it flows. The small roundabouts that you enter and exit from will obviously follow the same normal direction as all roundabouts. The outer roundabout, because of its placement on the outer edge of the mini roundabouts, would follow the same direction. And intuitively, the inside roundabout, roundabout are touching the inside edges of the mini roundabouts, which would be going the other direction. So, in the UK, for example, it's it's a left-hand driving country, so roundabouts naturally flow clockwise, right? So all the mini roundabouts will flow clockwise, and that therefore, because the outer roundabout is placed on the outside edges of the mini roundabouts, it would also flow clockwise. And the inner roundabout, because it's placed on the inner edge of the mini roundabouts, those are going the other direction, because that's how circles work. So it would go counterclockwise. In a right-hand driving country, all of those directions would be flipped. The mini roundabouts would be going counterclockwise, the outer roundabout would also be counterclockwise, and the inside roundabout would also be clockwise instead. It's easier to explain if I have a diagram in front of me, I think. Because I think that's how I explained it to someone else. I just drew a diagram. It is terrifying. It's the one in Swindon, and then I think there's another one. If you go to the Wikipedia page on the Magic Roundabout in Swindon, I think the C also has another Magic Roundabout that has 6 branches in New Hampstead or something. It is. I mean, if you've never encountered it, it is probably super intimidating. But it's actually like super understandable with just the fundamentals of how roundabouts flow. Or maybe that's just because I've been staring at graphs for too long for computer science. Who knows? Maybe that's why it makes sense. think the scariest junction is still Spaghetti Junction. It's still, I think, one of the spaghetti junctions in Birmingham, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think I used to go in that junction every day. I think. Because what is that in the context of this? Is it the, what do you call it, the Spaghetti Junction in Birmingham? You're asking about, that is. Yeah, so it's essentially an area in the city center near a university and a bunch of like central areas of Birmingham. It has like it has a roundabout, and then there's I think there's 2 layers of flyovers above it. And then I think one of the flyovers that is in the center, it splits into 2, if I'm not mistaken. It's oh yeah, that's true. There is also a tunnel. I forgot about it. There's a tunnel, a roundabout on top of the tunnel, and then 2 layers of flyovers on top. That is true. There are 4 layers spanning underground to overground, well, to above ground. And then in the middle, there's a roundabout sandwiched in there. Never underestimate how the UK can just shove roundabouts in the oddest of places. That is, it's not that hard to drive on, but looking at it is scary from the outside. It is terrifying to look at. Not so much to drive on, but it is terrifying to look at. It's a relatively busy one, because as I've said, there's a university down one branch, there's a bunch of central areas on one of them, and there's another one. Surprisingly, nobody does, because of all of the road separations, nobody accidentally goes the wrong way. I haven't really heard of very many wrong way accidents out there. Surprisingly, despite how intimidating it is and complex it is. If anybody's somehow stuck around the entire time, just know that I've somehow managed to convince whoever has stuck around the whole time, to listen to MIDIs for 4 hours and 40 minutes. In the default Windows Microsoft GS wavetable synth sounds. I'm fine. Yeah, to be fair, I'm fine with them simply because you get exposed to a lot of them when you play Classic Doom, or even watch Classic Doom. Especially some of the original compositions that some people make for their maps. They are actually amazing. Genuinely. Because, you know, that's like the only form of music you can really put into a lot of levels that can be played in every source port. Well, some source ports are also starting to support tracker modules, so that's also starting to become a bit more commonplace, but in terms of compatibility with all ports, the only format you really have is MIDI. So people started working around that limitation, and they really started working around that limitation. There's a few names that usually come up when discussing this sort of thing, like James Paddock, June Paddock. There's also Peter Lawrence, Megasphere. Stu Boy, Stuart Rinn, and Paul Forfiadis, P4. Oh, and also Ribix. Can't forget Ribix. Ribix also makes some absolutely amazing stuff. He also makes some absolute CBT maps, but you know, that's his intended audience. So I'm not gonna say anything about that one. I still have way too many skill issues to fully appreciate the intricacies of a Ribix map. Because a lot of people usually jump to like the hardest non-joke difficulty in Doom's ultra-violence. His maps are tailored more towards the medium difficulty for first playthroughs, where the medium difficulty will provide you a decent challenge, the same about on par as ultra-violence on other map sets. Ultra-violence was designed for people who have already played the map and are intending to come back to replay it and want a bigger challenge. So they're usually super painful, in contrast to Perfectly Plenty, which is medium difficulty. However, his most famous, well-known map set, Sunlust, which was made in collaboration with Danny Nobinga, actually had difficulty balancing across all three difficulties. The bottom two difficulties are super fun to play, even if you have major skill issues in Classic Doom. The middle difficulty is sort of like the default difficulty that they've intended, and Ultra-Violence is there for the absolutely amazing players who can somehow do these things saveless. It's like an hour-long, maybe longer level with thousands of enemies where a several-second mistake can cost you an entire several minutes or even an hour of your life. And they managed to do it, which is insane, honestly. How I got suckered into replaying Classic Doom again? Okay, this is going to sound like a massive coincidence, right? It's through someone on YouTube, Decino. Similarly to how I got sucked into this game, GT4, through your videos, XF, I also got sucked back into Classic Doom because of his analysis videos and playthroughs of like super hard levels. I say it's a funny coincidence because both of you are Dutch. That's why I say it's a bit of a funny coincidence. Huh, that's a neat coincidence. It's just, you know. A few years ago, and I found out that the person who composed for Bejeweled and a bunch of other games had a One Archive account, and he's basically uploaded most of his entire set of works on there, uncompressed as well, in impulse tracker format. It's amazing. I think you could probably tell from the fact that I really like Bejeweled, because even the background right now that is behind the gameplay and the chat and whatever, that's a background I just used straight off of the Bejeweled 2's game files. I think I've already rambled on about why it's like why I find those backgrounds super nice. TLBW was the aesthetic of otherworldly planets slaps. Like, actually. So it's about 20 minutes per stint, and I have an idea. I know exactly what I'm putting on as my best for the final stint. It was played earlier, but I think It's probably the best one out of the set. You probably and it strangely enough came out of Siva Gunner. It's a high quality rip. It's a high quality rip in MIDI. And I feel like some you might be people might be, at least some of you might be able to appreciate it a lot more if I just put it on for a bit longer. They're releasing the 7000 series already. I mean, I suppose it's because I don't really keep up with CPUs and hardware. Because yeah, you sometimes you just blink and then there's suddenly 2 more generations of a certain type of hardware, and it's like, huh? How did we get here already? Like the entire, on the subject of like MIDI switch, the entirety of Stuart Rinn's catalog is just amazing. Like, so, like for example, some of the stuff he made for Ancient Aliens, like the level pack, is actually just sublime. Genuinely. Oh no, look who it is. It's look who it is. It's look who just went off the road. And I didn't brake long enough. I mean early enough. There was a different thing that I wanted to do at some point other than just a thing, and actually, let me just check something real quick. What was that other thing? Ooh. That would be just looking at me having a major skill issue the whole time. But that would actually be kind of fun, I think. Oh boy. I think I did play Platypus once on stream. That was such a long time ago. And even after many years of playing that game, I still have major skill issues. I've never done a pacifist run in that game though, so I think I should try that. I've never done a pacifist run in Platypus. I should try that. Because the game even gives you a special bonus for doing a pacifist run, so I should try that at some point. Because I've always, there's like a little message that appears at the start of every time you start a run in Platypus. It's like, special bonus for passive resistance. I was like, what is passive resistance? Oh, they mean a pacifist run. If you do a pacifist run, you get a big bonus. Because it's like a side-scrolling shmup, like a side-scrolling plane shmup. So like, it has a special bonus for if you were to do a pacifist. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do a pacifist run, or watch someone do one. I kind of want to try one at some point. My laps have finally gone full circle. I'm I'm so sorry. Oh boy. My lap count has finally gone to a circle. It's dumb. You know, the road that you go on after this section, the super narrow one with grass, it's just basically a B road. One of those 60-mile-per-hour B roads that you find here in the UK. 2 lanes, super narrow, 60-mile-per-hour speed limit for some reason. 2 lanes being 1 lane in either direction. This is just a B road. This right here, it's just a B road. What do you find out in the countryside? Oh no, touch the sand. It looks like I think there might be 2 stints left. Not counting this one. There's the one after this and then the one after that one. I think those are the last 2 that I'll be doing today. It looks like. I wonder if anyone's already on by this hour. So instead of just ending, I can, you know, raid. Well, I guess I'll check when I'm in the pits. That was intentional that time, I thought. Who is this in front of me? I'm catching up to. Oh, it's the Nissan. Yeah, the Toyota fell off. He's no longer in the battle for second. It's just way too far behind. I have a sneaking suspicion that Toyota might have accidental skill issue into the pit at some point. And so is one pit cycle behind the Nissan. Or the rigidity where it hit it hard. And it started having skill issues. Because I know for a fact that in general, the Nissan R92 has way better handling. Oh, we're going into pits together. Sure. Oh, the Toyota's also fitting. Yeah, so I'm starting to think what happened is that the Toyota accidentally went into the pits at some point before it was meant to. So it's now an entire pit cycle behind the Nissan. But I think the Nissan's about to exit. Yeah, the Nissan's exited actually, right behind me. Okay, you know, maybe not exactly right behind me, but close enough. Should be appearing in a second. Or not. Nope, I don't see the Nissan. It's too far back. It's not rendering, I think. Yeah, I just want to say again, like, there was definitely one track I think it's queue, but the problem is, trying to play it gives my computer an aneurysm. I know why it gives my computer an aneurysm, but you know, it's just a shame, you know. If you can find a road car that can go 400 that has about as good tire wear as this thing, it'd probably be 24 hours at the Sarthe. Oh, look who it is. He's going off the track. Okay, this sounds worse than I thought it would. I'm just gonna skip. I have one lap for every year now. I mean, for every day of the year now. Lovely. actually 1 minute. And then save just in case. I don't know, something goes wrong, like, I don't know, the emulator crashes or something. I have not save stated once this entire time, as in today, that is. Which might be a bit dangerous, because if the emulator had crashed in any of that time before I did that save state, I would have had to do those 5 hours all over again. Not very fun, I'd say. Okay, so I'm going to hit right at this slap, and I think I'm going to quickly pop over to the bathroom, and then I'll do the final stint for today. I've reached number 320. Alright, let me just pop over to the bathroom. And I'll come back and then do the final stint. One moment. Alright, so like I said, I was going to do something. Okay, so we're about to do the final stint, and I said I was going to put on something that was, something that maybe some people here might be able to appreciate. So I just want to preface this by saying this is actually a high-quality rip from Siva Gunner. Take my word for it or not. That is actually what it is. This JSON is null. Oh, great, my YouTube one has crashed again. That's fine. Some of you might be able to appreciate this for what it is. It's actually such a good, sequenced version of a particular track. Yeah. It might take a second. Maybe it'll click. Turn this up, actually. Alright, last stint. Let's go. Turn it up even more. Nice. This actually sounds really nice when you put it into a tune level. Super good. Catching up to someone here, it looks like. Who is this? I still can't tell who that is. Oh no, I see who I'm catching up to. It's him. He's there. He's actually there. I just realized something. The Ford GT has basically now just become our equivalent of, what's his face? The number 727 for the user community. It's our when you see it car. almost 5,000 kilometers. I think I'm gonna hit that at the end of this stint. Oh. Oh wow, I actually paused at exactly 20 hours. Exactly 80% of the way there. I managed to pause at exactly 20 hours, that's funny. 0 milliseconds. Alright, who is this time? Who is this in front this time? Behind me is the GT40. Who's that in front? Probably either the Jaguar or the Sauber. Ooh, that lag spec. It's a good thing this is probably my final stint, because I don't think my computer can handle much for it. Ooh, yeah, it's getting pretty hot. I think I meant earlier, just a second ago, I managed to pause at exactly 20,000,000 milliseconds. Just not sure how. This is the final stint. I have selected, I think, the perfect final track just to repeat until the end of this stint. And in this sound spreading, let's go. We're extending our league over it. Down. Hang on. Okay, I did actually remember to unmute that. The disaster I forgot. I think I heard this probably on repeat for hundreds of times during the fact that I shoved it inside of a super hard level in the game that I tried to, you know, just out of curiosity, like how hard is this actually? I spent like 2 hours on one section, never being able to get past it, or if I do get past it, I just immediately die 3 seconds after because of the sheer number of enemies that the game's making you take on with just a rocket launcher. It does not have enough crowd clearing potential. See, that's the problem. I forgot to buy those tires because I'm dumb. I only bought mediums. I only bought hards, so I have mediums and hards, but no softs. Or super softs, because I forgot. I have hards as well, because I was also testing hards, but then I forgot to buy the rest of them. It's just mediums and hards. I don't have softs or super softs. I mean, I don't have super hards, but I don't think those are worth it. I realized that a few streams ago when I wanted to switch to softs, and it's like, oh, I only have mediums and hards. That's awkward. Well, it looks like I'm just stuck on mediums the whole time. There's no reason to switch to hards. Except maybe if it's like the final stint of the, and I see that I can probably extend by a few laps more if I use hards. That's the only time I probably switch to hards. Hang on. I think I'm stopping at 3.7 at the end of 3.74. I did not pay attention to where I started braking that time because that was actually perfect. I wish I paid attention to how far away that was so I could at least try and replicate that. I wish I bought this at least softs, at the very least. But no, I forgot. Oh, brother. Softs would probably help in the first sector. The Porsche curves, and probably the Chicanes. And I don't think they will help anywhere else, really. I mean, they'll probably help around this section coming up, but that's it. But not by very much. I still can't tell if the ducking filter's working. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. Should probably tweak the compressor settings before tomorrow, I guess. Or maybe before I start tomorrow. In the afternoon for the final 4 hours. I have mediums and hards, that's as I said. It's a bit of a pain. Because I don't think I'm ever going to use hards unless it's like the final section and I'm like, I can probably extend this stint a bit longer if I use hards. But that's like the only time when I think the hards will become useful. And even then, they might end up being more of a detriment because of the reduced grip. Okay, that was the song we're fitting. I think ahead of me is probably the XGR9, I think. I'm not sure. Or it could be the Nissan. It's one or the other. Let me see. Pay attention to those bottom 3 dots. Okay, no, the Nissan is there on the left, about on the horse curve, I think. Yeah, definitely. The Nissan's over there on the horse curves. I wonder, can I cheese the best lap time by cutting the final chicane at max speed? It'll probably go horribly wrong, but you know, I'm just curious. Well, I have a chance, actually, to cheese the best lap, actually. I have a chance. There is a chance. Okay, no, I think I just threw that chance away. We went way too slow into that first turn. Yeah, no, I have no chance. I'll just do that last part normally. Yeah, that's definitely throwing it away this time. I'll just do this part normally. Or at least as close to normally as I can. But I still have no idea how to do these final corners properly. Alright, looks like this is the last lap for today. This be the final lap of the day. Looks like. Let me just... There we go. And I thought, oh, this is an endurance. I probably don't need softs. Now I wish I did, just for fun. I forgot. On the Nürburgring run, I did remember to buy softs. I had hards, mediums, and softs in the Opera S2000, which did help. I mean, which did actually came in handy a few times for fun, but you know. Oh no, I'm gonna go. I thought I was gonna go around the outside, but I did bump the barriers, which is unfortunate. I think it might be the Bentley, but I need to double check because this is Sarthe 2 and not Sarthe 1. Let me check. Let's check. Let me take a look actually, because I'm also curious myself. What do you normally get from this? Now, if only it'll actually let me search. There we go. Here, one. Wait, no, hang on, that's the wrong version. Whoops. Wait, no. Stop. I picked the wrong version. Nope. Okay, so the one with chicanes would normally give you the Audi R8. R8 race car, that is, not the R8 road car. And and yeah, you would get the Bentley normally for doing Sarthe 2. So you are correct. Although the issue is, this is on randomizer, so I have absolutely no idea what car is going to come out the other end of this. I have zero clue what car is going to come out the other end of this. It could be the exact prize, or it could be something else. Or it could be garbage. It's probably going to be garbage. Nürburgring 24 Hours didn't give garbage. It actually gave a pretty good car. I mean, it wasn't like a race car, but it was a good car. Out of this randomizer save. I don't think I've actually gotten any of the two 1800s cars on the save. So maybe it could be hiding behind this one. I think at the end of this I'll also check the other version using the event cheat. The Sarthe one, just out of curiosity. Because I'm probably not going to be doing that one. Well, a bit unfortunate actually when you joined the Cobra, because that was the final lap I was doing for today. I've done about 5 hours from 15 hours in-game timer when I started, and I was planning on continuing this with the final 4 hours tomorrow. So shut up, music player, I'm done. Yep, that was the final lap I was planning to do today. Since I usually... GG's indeed. I'm probably going to be starting much later tomorrow, so it'll probably be a lot easier to find. Because I'm going to be starting probably at about 2:30, maybe 3 p.m. GMT +1. Yeah, that sounds about right. It should take up until about 6. Wait, what? To 6:30 to 7, I think. But for now, let me just check something real quick. Are they still online so I can send people there instead of just awkwardly turning the stream off? Let's see. Let me check. Okay, good. So, let's go here. Open this here. There we go. That should be it. Well, thank you for being here anyway. That was a fun 5 hours. Didn't have any major accidents. But, actually, no, I did have a major accident, but nothing as major as missing the pits, at least. That was fun. Well, let's go